It really would be a fantastic weekend if Italy could get a gold or either silver or bronze medal here at the European Championships on their home soil. They last picked up a medal in 2021 and they picked up a bronze medal. Now into this change of rein. Working trot at X. Judges really looking for that transition to be dead on X. You see the best riders in the sport getting those very, very low scores, and a lot of that is not only due to the fantastic way these riders produce these horses and the way they go, but all down to accuracy and ring craft, and little things like having your transitions dead on the marker make a huge, huge difference. Now into the free walk there. Seeing a good over track. That's when the hind foot steps over the hoof print of the front foot, looking for an over track in the free walk, showing that the horses are opening up, working over their back. As they head down for their final centre line. Big cheers there. Test complete for the first Italian rider. Sarah Giulio Goldschlag and Trinity de Quadrifilio. As we now have a scoring for our second rider of the day, Michał Dzioba and Elsowski. Judge at E 65.2, judge at C 63.1, judge at M 66.3. So a total percentage of 64.92, and that converts into 35.1 penalties. So score to beat at the moment from our first rider of the day, Ilani Watson and Divinette Blanche, 34 exactly. Well, what will we see from our next rider? A team who are incredibly competitive at the FEI Youth Championships and in fact at Senior Championships. It is the first for Germany, Matty Garlis and Ludwig 282. So Germany picked up the bronze medal position at the Europeans last year at Hartbury. But prior to that, they were double gold medalists in 2021 and 2019. The last 5 years, there's only been 1 year that Germany haven't picked up a team medal, and that was 2018. Beg your pardon, the last 5 years they've always picked up a team medal. That just shows how strong they are. They were bronze, in fact, in 2019. So looking to continue this medal streak. First to go for them, Matty Garlis, Ludwig 282. It's looking like a good start to their test for this 11-year-old gelding and Matty. A combination that have been to 2 European Championships at the junior level. And in fact, very consistent. They were 10th place at both of them in 2021 and 2022. Looking to see if they can creep up into that top 10 this year. Nice stretch out. Maybe the judges look for a little bit more stretch down. Very, very minute, slight anticipation into the canter. But a nice transition up. And bold in their medium canter. These judges really rewarding positive riding in the dressage now. Looking for these riders to be riding for every mark, positive riding throughout the whole test. Now into this transition. Very nicely down and back up again. Ludwig 282 in a very nice uphill canter, but getting a little bit excited on that medium canter circle. Like I said, these horses are fit and ready to go for cross-country day. Containing them in this arena can be quite difficult, and at a European Championships there is a very big atmosphere. So some of these horses just get a little bit lit up in this phase. Matty doing a fantastic job of keeping his cool. Because that's a skill within itself, just managing to stay calm and move on to the next movement. Combination been together since 2021. Good halt. And 4 steps back of rein back. Riders must do 3 to 4 steps before pushing off and proceeding into medium walk. And now they're into that free walk on a long rein from M to V. And you can see Matty riding positively even in the free walk there, which I'm sure will be rewarded by our judges. So final halt, and up go the German flags waving away. A huge support team. So Matty Garlis and Ludwig 282 completing their dressage. First team rider there for Team Germany. Germany having picked up a medal, a team medal, at the last 5 Junior Eventing European Championships. So they'll be looking to continue that streak. As now we turn to Team Spain. Spanish had a fantastic FEI Junior Eventing European Championships back in 2021, picking up a team silver medal. But what can they do this year? Their first team rider to join us in the ring, Alva Salva Alonso and Kiss My Jambo M. Kiss My Jambo M, owned by Marty Salabase. And the bell goes for them to start their test. Kiss My Jambo, 7-year-old gelding. And we see Oliver there choosing to ride the medium trot in rising trot. There's only 2 parts of this test these riders get to choose if they want to ride in sitting or rising, and that is one of them. The rest of the test must be conducted in sitting trot. Kiss My Jambo, I'm just starting to settle into the test, looking a little bit inquisitive at the start, taking in his surroundings. And that can be the hard part when these riders come to championships like this. The atmosphere is just a little bit higher than they would have previously probably experienced at some other events. And some of the horses just take a little bit of settling into this atmosphere. Combination who are winners at the 2-star long level. They in fact won in Madrid 2-star long back in June. Another rider really making sure they show a big difference between that medium canter and that working canter. Keeping their rhythm in the first of their canter loops. Canter looking like the better pace for this combination. These riders know their horses so well, they know what parts of the test these horses are likely to pick up a few more marks and which parts are just slightly a little bit harder. So they make sure they can capitalise on all those moments that they think might be a little bit better than others. Quite square in the hole. Into their rein back. Judges really looking for straightness when these horses go into that rein back. It can be very easy for horses to wobble left or right. Good over track in the walk. So into the final halt there for the first team rider for Spain. Alvaro Alonso and Kiss My Jambo M. As we have some scores coming now for the last few riders, and in fact our first team rider for Great Britain. They've rocketed into the lead. Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl G, currently out at front with the judge at E at 63.864. Judge at C 76.818. Judge at M 67.045. So total percentage score of 69.24. And that's 30.8 penalties. They're out at front, 30.8. That's the score to beat. Second place was our first rider at the moment coming into the arena. It was Leanne Watson and Devins Dublanche for the French on 34. And the score in for the first of our Italian riders as well. Sarah Julia Goldschlag. 62.955 from the judge at E. 63.182 from our judge at C. And 65.227 from our judge at M. 36.2 was their final penalty score. Now we turn our attentions to the first of our team riders for Belgium. Marcus Burgers and Calista van Vickenhove. This 13-year-old Geldin combination competed at the Junior Europeans last year. These riders who have been to a Europeans before can just help them settle in and know what's to be expected at a championship. Because we're seeing on Cross Country Day, but it's the first time some of these riders will have ever been part of a team representing their country. And also riding under team orders. It can be very different riding for a team than it is as an individual. You must follow the team orders and instructions. So some of these riders' plans might be different to what they would have done if they were at a standard event. But this is their preparation to hopefully progress up the levels on to the young riders and then of course up to the senior squads. It's looking very positive so far for Marcus and Calista van Vickenhove. Just having a little bit of a nosy on that second half of the circle. They're keeping their rhythm so far in their first canter loop. Since 2008, this combination have had 10 runs at the level. To have some experience behind you is always a real positive. Now into their rein back. A little bit abrupt into the halt. Into the rein back. Marcus did a great job of trying to keep the straightness there. But Calista van Vickenhove not quite keeping the rhythm I think he would have liked throughout that rein back. Bit into the free walk, good over track, but looking for a little bit more stretch down and out over the neck. This combination who have in fact been to Montelibretti before. Now there's a little bit of anticipation up to trot. There it can be difficult to have that section of walk when you've got a horse that knows it's coming. Some of them just, it's like they already know the test. They know what's coming next and they get a little bit excited. But Claps there for Marcus Burgers and Kalisa van Vukenhoven completing their test. First team rider there for Belgium. So results as it stands, we will have some results coming. In fact, we have a new leader just as I speak. The result is in for Germany's Matty Garlis and Ludwig 282. Judge at E 71.136, judge at C 66.591, judge at M 72.955. Total percentage score 70.23, so that's 29.8. So 1 point ahead there of Jasmine Underwood and Indian Girl G for Great Britain. So as it stands, Matty Garlis out in front, 29.80 the score to beat. Second currently Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl G 30.80. And currently sat in third, Liliane Watson and Divinette Blanche 34. What will we see from our next rider coming into the ring? First team rider for Austria, Zara von der Thanen and Jamaica 8.
Number 3.
Now into their first of their leg yields. Across to the right. And then the second leg yield comes up quite quick. The riders turn back down that centre line. So not only are they looking for straightness on the first and final centre line, straightness matters as soon as they go back down these centre lines, because they go twice down them for their leg yields before they move across. Judges looking for the suppleness in the horse's body. Now into our stretch serpentine. Better stretch on that second half of the circle for Jamaica 8 and Zara. Smooth transition up to canter. Into the medium canter there. Zara riding a little bit more tentatively than we've seen other riders in this test. However, she knows her horse best, and the best way to get the marks out of Jamaica 8. It can be very hard sometimes, like I said, when you're sat on a very fresh, fit horse, to ride positively and keep their cool in the dressage. So she knows Jamaica 8 best, making sure she can get the best out of every movement. Smooth transition down to trot. Not quite off the leg as much as you'd probably like up into the canter, but they got the transition. And they're onto their medium canter circle up at C. This 15-year-old mare unfortunately had a little bit of a break in the canter there. Swiftly back up. And into their canter loops. Combination picked up a 5th place, their best placing at the 2-star level at Marbach this year. Nice forward, relaxed walk for their free walk. And a lovely big overtrack on the horse's feet. Like I say, that's when that back hoof comes over and in front the hoof print of the front hoof. Really showing horses are using their back during the stretch. Now she comes down for a final centre line. Completing their test there, Zara von der Fanen, Jamaica 8, first team rider for Austria. Well, we have a score in for the first of our Spanish riders. Alva Sala Alonso, Kiss My Jambo M. Judge at E, 61.591. Judge at C, 60.909. Judge at M, 60.682. So total percentage, 61.06. And a penalty score of 38.90. So Matty Garlis still out at front, 29.80. The score to beat today. And now it's the turn of our first rider for the Czech Republic. It's Teresa Kusa and Quantos Mer. Very positive entry to start things off for their test. That's the first impression these judges have of these riders, so it's very important to start with some positivity. Quantos Mer, 10-year-old gelding. Teresa Kusa done a fantastic job of being selected for these FEI Eventing European Championships for the juniors, because it's just a new partnership this year. It can take a long time to form a partnership with a horse. She's done a fantastic job of making that bond very quickly and being selected for these championships. It's a huge achievement just to be selected to come to these championships. And showing a really nice stretch in their trot. More in the second half as well. Quantos just starting to stretch out a little bit more. which is great to see. Now for their canter. Bold medium canter. Just getting the collection back for the working canter. This is a combination we'll be keeping a very close eye on cross-country day. Quantosma never had a cross-country jumping penalty in his career. Having reliable horses like this on a team is truly valuable. Now it'll be interesting to see what their score is at the end of this test. Their best they've had at the 2-star long level was 36.8. That was in fact from their last international run back in May at Capsevere, where they picked up 2nd place, finished on their dressage score of 36.8, so very good jumpers. And that's what it's all about. It's very easy for me to sit here and say, come into the arena, do a good dressage test and finish on it, and that's how you win. But to not incur any other penalties after dressage really is a very, very hard thing to do. Now a nice square halt, and you can see Teresa really made it very apparent in the immobility in the halt. Like I said, they're separately marked, so she wanted to make a clear halt for 1 mark and then rein back for the 2nd. Into this free walk. Good over track. Could see a little bit more stretch down and out over the horse's back. But a nice relaxed walk. And just about keeping that relaxation before they pick themselves up to trot. Very nicely done. So completing the test there, looking pleased with that is Teresa Cusa and Quantosma, first rider for the Czech Republic. Scores in for our rider we saw just before Teresa then. That was Zara von der Thanen and Jamaica 8 for Austria. Judge at E 60.682%. Judge at C 62.50. Judge at M 60.227. So a total percentage score of 61.14 and a total penalty score of 38.9. In fact, they're on the same score as our Spanish rider Alvasalo Alonso and Kiss My Jambo M. So they sit in joint 7th at the moment. Matty Garlis still out in front, 29.80 the score to beat. Now we turn to our final rider before we have a very short break. Riding for Finland, B. Valgren and Beleno. Leno, one of the older horses in the field, 17 years old. So into their stretch circle now. Keeping a nice positive rhythm. Judges maybe looking for a little bit more stretch down over the back. Combination normally average at the 36.5 penalties in the dressage phase. Which, if they were to achieve that today, would put them into 6th place, but we'll wait and see into this trot transition across the centre line. Showing a difference in that medium canter. P doing a great job of trying to keep Baleno's head up a little bit. Some horses naturally like to carry themselves a little bit lower than others. B doing a great job at keeping a uphill frame. Smooth transition back down to trot. Now for the all-important rein back up at C. It's right in front of the eye line of our judge at C. That is, of course, President of the Grand Jury, Nicky Herbert for Great Britain. So it's one movement you really want to make sure you try and do well. One thing B has done very well throughout this test is use her arena very, very well. Like I was saying before, accuracy and little things like arena use go a long way when it comes to the marks. So she's just trying to keep some relaxation in this free walk. Especially this section here, just the medium walk down to K. If you've got a horse that's a bit exuberant, it can be hard to keep them cool for that small section. Well, cheers there for our final rider before our short break. That was B. Valgren and Baleno.
Now mini break 10 minutes. The next to go is O'Leary. This is Watch for
So we're going to have a short 10-minute break, and when we come back, hopefully I can bring you some scores from our last two riders of our first section. As our next rider to join us will be the first team rider from Ireland. That'll be Ted O'Leary and Master Swatch. So don't go far, because we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Grazie Serena.
Loro come la vogliono?
Non lo so, glielo chiediamo oppure come sono naturali.
Non gli arrivo?
Per la Repubblica Ceca abbiamo lettura dei risultati di Teresa Accusa contro Mer. Giudice in 149,50, giudice in C 134,50, giudice in M 144,50, per un totale di 450 percentuali di 64,90. 149.50 judges, 134.50 judges, 144.50. Total count to 428.50, level score 45.10.
Ma volete caffè, qualcosa? No, grazie. Vuole un'acqua? Porto anche un caffè.
Gentilissimo loro.
Naturale o frizzante?
Che assai. Ma c'è anche il mio collega però.
E quindi 2-2. Leggermente anche lui.
Franco e Maddaleno. Giudice linea 130, giudice in M140 e giudice in C 140 e 50. Punti totali 413,50, percentuale 62,65, punti negativi 37 e 40. Risasso per Galdren e Baleno, Giagini 140, Giagini 143, Giagini C 140.50, 430.50, negative 37.40.
So welcome back to the FEI Eventing European Championship for juniors and young riders at Montelibretti. Welcome back to FEI.tv. I'm Rosie Russell and I'll be taking you through the 4 days of competition here at Montelibretti. We've had a fantastic first start to the morning, but we are now continuing with our last 2 team riders and then 7 individual riders. First to go, after our short break there that we had, is a young man who's coming up the levels for Team Ireland. First to go for them, it's Ted O'Leary and Master Swatch. Well, it was looking like a very positive start to their test. Unfortunately, that break in the medium trot there will mean they lose a few marks, but they put it behind them and continue to ride positively as they approach the first of their leg yields. And this 14-year-old gelding previously competed up to the 4-star level by Stephanie Schranschroer. Although these more experienced horses coming through with the junior riders, you may think, oh, it would be easier if they're on an experienced horse, but that definitely isn't the case. It's all about partnership. And these horses with huge amounts of experience can be very tricky to ride, so it definitely doesn't always make these riders' lives easier having a horse that has competed up to some of the top levels of the sport. Ted riding a very positive test so far. And that's shown again in a brave medium canter. Combination not been together long. This is their first international season together. And in fact, they won their first international in May this year. And talk about combination of horse and rider, you know, coming together and gelling fast. But to win your first international was a very good start in Mill Street. That was the 2-star long there. They had a 31.4 as their dressage score. And just a pole rolled in the show jumping. Again, another brave medium canter. Ted first to go for Team Ireland. They had a fantastic FEI Junior Europeans last year, where they picked up the silver medal as a team. Smooth transition back down to trot. Now they're coming round to their halt and reinback. Now Ted did a great job of trying to keep Master Swatch very straight, because their halt wasn't quite straight, and it's easy when you've only got boards on one side for horses to turn their bum into the arena. He did a great job of trying to keep the straightness there. Relaxed free walk as they head into the latter stages of their test. So the final halt and salute there from the first rider for Team Ireland, Ted O'Leary and Master Swatch. As they complete their test, I'll give you some results from our riders that we saw from our first session, because scores are in. And the first score that was in was for Teresa Cusa and Quantos Mer. They in fact posted a personal best in the dressage at this level. 35.10 was their penalty score. That was from percentages from the judge at E, 67.955, judge at C, 61.136, judge at M, 65.682. So total percentage score of 64.92, 35.10 was their final score. Personal best, like I say, at the level for them. And a score came in for our final rider before the break. That was Zara von der Thanen and Jamaica 8. 60.682 from our judge at E, 62.50 from our judge at C, and from our judge at M, 60.227. So 61.14 was the total percentage score, 38.90 their final penalty score, the same as Alva Salva Alonso and Kiss My Jambo. But now we turn our attentions to the final team rider for the first session of the day. And for the Netherlands, we have Maxine Carmen and Fanny Stroner. Starting off their test well, working in a nice uphill outline. This 13-year-old mare, Fanny Stroner. Combination that were at the FEI Junior Europeans last year at Hartbury, finished 25th there. So they have that European experience behind them. stretch down in the trot. Stretching a little bit lower than we've seen other horses, which is what the judges are looking for. Keeping a good rhythm on the first part of their canter loop. And on the second, all about keeping the rhythm. We've seen a couple of horses want to change legs during the canter loop, and it can be easily done. There's a little bit of hesitation coming back to that trot transition. These riders have run through the test multiple times. Sometimes the horses start to know what's going to happen and they can anticipate it slightly. But it was well ridden there from Maxime. Nice difference shown in the medium canter. This combination took the win in Kronenberg 2-star last year. Just outside the top 10 at Arville. It's one of their prep runs in August in the 2-star. Some nice purpose to this walk. Maxime did a great job of trying to keep Funny Stroner's head out, because just wanting to tuck it behind the vertical and back a little bit. The judges are looking for a long stretch out in front. Smooth transition back up to trot. Well, big cheers there for the first rider for the Netherlands, Maxime Carmen and Funny Stroner. So that completes our first rotation of team riders, as we will move on shortly to our individual riders. So the score to beat currently still held by Matty Garlis and Ludwig 282.29.80.
Questi signori hungariani che attacchi Lennart tra il 69 con Gaina che attacchi Lennart.
Well, on we go now to our first individual rider for Hungary. It's Anna Clara Pataki and Leonard Forty. Leonard 40, this 12-year-old gelding. Now into the first of the leg yields. Judges looking for that balance and the bend through the horse's body. And as they move across to the side of the arena, they come back down the centre line now and go across to the left. Combination experienced at the freestyle level, so the level above they're currently competing at, with a win in the freestyle at Kavosa last year. But they've also had some very good form this year, picking up 3rd place in the 2-star long again at Kavosa in June. Very happy hunting ground there for them. Now into that medium canter. Now for the canter loops. And they're doing a great job at just holding Leonard 40 together. He's quite a long horse, so it can be hard to hold them together in a small dressage arena, but she's doing a great job so far for this trot transition. Smooth trot transition, a little bit downhill into the transition. The horse just putting a little bit too much weight onto its forehand. Into her medium canter. Into a trot. Next will be the rein back. Halt first. Looking like a square halt from my angle. Like I say, that halt and rein back separately marked, so riders really making sure they halt an immobility before they go into the rein back to get every mark possible. Now for the free walk. Good rhythm. Could show a little bit more suppleness over the back. And just start to stretch the head down a little bit more. Can be very difficult when these horses are in a high atmosphere arena, like at a European Championships. Some of them become a little bit nosy. So final halt there for individual rider Anna Clara Petiki and Leonard 40. Combination that we will keep a close eye on the final day, because they've competed up to 1.35 m show jumping. Having the show jumping experience behind them could be very, very useful. A lot more eventers now are turning to some pure show jumping and taking their eventers out in the winter jumping. Especially when you're jumping the likes of 1.35 m, it makes the final day look a little bit smaller. So I'll get you some scores for our riders when I have them through, but we turn our attentions now to our next individual rider. Another rider for Hungary. It's Elise Kirai and Delbab Fellow. Delbab Fellow, 15-year-old mare. Combination that have experience here at Montelibretti, 15th at the 2-star long here this year. Can be useful when riders and horses have been to a venue before. They just know a little bit more of what to expect in regards to the terrain and the layout. It can just settle the nerves a little bit. And he's doing a fantastic job. Delbab Fellow looks a little bit resistant at times. Onto their stretch serpentine. Trot looking nice and free, but Delbab Fellow looking slightly resistant at times, but very relaxed during the stretch circle. When she collected up her reins again, looked a slightly bit resistant, but relaxing down now. They're in the canter, into their medium canter. Riding as individuals, but a combination we'll keep an eye on. They've only been outside the top 15 once at the 2-star level. So a very, very consistent combination coming forwards. Now we saw that little bit of resistance again in that transition. He's just keeping her cool. Much softer in the canter now, in their medium canter.
Total point 410. Percentage 62 and 12, negative points 37 and 90.
Great immobility in the halt there. This could be difficult, really. He's just trying to keep some relaxation in the walk. It's very, very difficult when you have a horse that's excited and ready to go cross country on Saturday. Not quite going to plan in this free walk, but she's doing a fantastic job just to try and keep her cool. Just get to the end of the test. As soon as this is over, they can come out and shine in the jumping phases. Elise Kirai completing her dressage test there.
Alla chiusura della sua prova Liz Chiari, Guerilla, Daffedo, allora Dressage.
As we have a score in for our first rider after the break. That was our first team rider for Ireland. Ted O'Leary, Master Swatch. Judge at E, 65.82. Judge at C, 60.455. And judge at M, 60.227. So a total percentage score of 62.12 and a total penalty score of 37.90. So still out in front for Germany, Matty Garlis and Ludwig, 282.29.80 the score to beat.
Giudice in C 147, giudice in N 154. Il giudice complessivo di 469,50, la percentuale è la migliore in questo momento, quella del 71,14, punteggio negativo 28,90.
So on we go now to an individual rider for Spain. It is the turn now of Tania Montero Balaketh and Di Dalby and Tania Montero Balaketh.
Percentage 71 for Tina, negative points 28 and 19. And Maxim Kama is the new leader, 28 and 19.
Dibal, the 11-year-old mare. This combination, a new partnership this year. Done an incredible job of being selected for these FEI Junior Eventing Europeans. Riding very positively in the start of their test, into their second leg yield now. Now for this stretch serpentine. Nice positivity during the serpentine. Just would have liked to see a little bit more relaxation and stretch over the back there. These stretch circles and serpentines being putting a lot of dressage tests now. We see them at the 5-star level. They have a canter stretch circle. Really highlighting to the judges that these horses are working correctly and loosely over their back. Now it's all about keeping the rhythm in these canter loops. We've seen a couple horses change their legs in the middle of the loops, and ideally you want them to stay on the correct canter lead and just show that relaxation and bend through the body. Just getting the legs in a little bit of a muddle as they went up to canter. Just picked up the wrong canter lead, but he was quick to change the leg. Very smooth transition down to trot. As they head up to the top of this arena for their rein back right in front of our judge at sea. That is, of course, Nikki Herbert, president of the ground jury from Great Britain. Well, finishing their test there, Keanu, Montero, Belagueth and Di Balbi. Individual riders for Spain, but there's all change at the top of the leaderboard. It looked like a good test, and it was indeed. From the Netherlands, it was a great test from Maxime Carmen, I beg your pardon, and Funny Stromer. Judge at E 73.409, judge at C 70% exactly, and judge at M 70% exactly. So total percentage score of 71.14, total penalty score of 28.90. They head into the lead, pushing Matty Garlis and Ludwig 282 back into second place. Was in fact a personal best for Maxime Carmen and Funny Stromer. The previous best was 29.8, scored today 28.9. So 28.9, that's the new score to beat. As we continue on with our individual riders. So our individual rider coming forward now for Belgium, Mila Brakeman and Hopperton Hansel. We also have a score for one of our individual riders for Hungary. I know Clara Pataki and Leonard 40. Judge at E 61.818. Judge at C at 60.682. Judge at M 60.227. Total percentage score is 60.91 and 39.10. Their total score. Hopperton Hansel, a 16-year-old gelding, heading in now to that first leg yield. Really looking to see these horses cross their front and back legs whilst keeping the suppleness through their body. They made the step up to 2-star this year, after having a 5th place at Kronenberg 1-star at the back end of 2022. Hopperton Hansel, an experienced horse, formerly ridden to the 4-star level by Chris Verac. But like I say, just because these horses have been up to the 4 or 5 star level, it does not mean they are easy. It really does take time for partnerships to gel and for riders and horses to get to know one another. And some of these top level eventers can be very difficult indeed. That is the horses, of course, not the people.
Please.
Now into their cantaloupes. Keeping a good rhythm throughout. Hopperton Hansel coming a little bit above the bit. Just looking for a slight bit more relaxation. We've transitioned back up to canter. And Mila just managing to get some relaxation back as they head for their medium canter circle at C. It can be very hard sometimes to be brave in the medium canter if you know you've got a horse that isn't going to react well. So she's doing a great job of just getting the best that she can out of each movement. They come across for their trot transition at X. So it looks like a square halt, a little bit of relaxation over the back would have probably been more of what Mila was hoping for, but it was square. Another one of the horses to have a little bit of a jog during the free walk. These horses who are fit and ready to go sometimes find the walk a little bit boring and want to add in their own extra moves, which as a rider obviously isn't ideal, but she's doing a great job of dealing with it. And a nice halt to complete her test, riding as an individual for Belgium there. Mila Brakeman, Hopperton Hansel. As we have another score in for our individual riders. From Hungary, Alice Kirili and Delibab Felho. Our judge at E, 53.182, judge at C, 54.773, and our judge at M, 54.545. Total percentage score of 54.17 and a penalty score 45.80. And in fact, we also have the score in for our previous individual rider from Spain, Tania Montero Balaketh and Dibalbi. Judge at E, 64.773%, judge at C, 61.591, and judge at M, 61.364. 62.58 the total percentage score, and 37.40 the total penalty score, so the same penalty score as Finland's B. Valgren and Boleno. So they sit in joint ninth. Score to beat from the Netherlands at the moment. It's Carmen Maxime and Fanny Stroner. 28.90.
Total point 357.50. Percentage 54 and 17. Negative points 45.
So now we move to an individual rider from Ireland next to join us in the ring. Amelia McCarthy. Amelia aboard Finscale Endeavour.
Total point 40, 115, 72 and 5 and for 58 the percentage, negative point 37 and 40.
Started in a nice uphill frame. Finscale Endeavour, Amelia McCarthy. Finscale Endeavour, just an 8-year-old mare. It's one of our younger horses in the field. Finscale Endeavour, previously ridden as a young horse by Amanda Goldsberry. Which many people know she's fantastic at producing these young horses. Into our stretch serpentines in trot. And up to canter, and riders swiftly into this medium canter circle up at C. You're really trying to show a clear difference there in the medium canter. And then back to the working canter. Combination normally average at a 32.3 in this phase, which could put them into the top 5 if they manage to have a score near 32.3. Amelia, a very elegant rider throughout this whole test. It's all part of the picture that these riders want to show these judges, making dressage look as effortless as possible. Into this rein back, halt first. That's one movement on its own, and then into the rein back. Looked very straight on the rein back. We've seen some horses want to tip their bottom into the arena. She's done a fab job of keeping the straightness. a little bit of anticipation into the trot there. She heads now to her final centre line. So finishing there, Amelia McCarthy, individual rider for Ireland, and Finskal Endeavour. Combination we'll keep a close eye on throughout this weekend. They've only been outside the top 10 in their international career once. So they'll be hoping to keep that streak alive.
Siamo al 18° binomio, 22 il pettorale per la prossima marathon, quindi sempre questo grigio. Arrivano dalla Polonia, Bankiet, lei è Olivia Miccio. Propone da Olivia Miccio, Bankiet, number 22.
So still out in front, 28.9 the score to beat Maxine Carmen Funny Strona. As we head to the next of our individual riders, Olivia Micho and Bankit. Combination coming forward as individuals for Poland. So Olivia doing a great job of just settling Bankit into this test. Looking a little bit spooky to start with. Around the edge of the arena they had a few spooks, and as they came down that centre line, here again we see a little bit of spookiness and resistance. She's doing a fab job of just keeping her cool. It's a whole different atmosphere when these horses and riders get to these Junior European Championships. It has that real championship buzz, that championship atmosphere that many of these horses and riders may not have experienced before. And little things like having cameras clicking can cause a little bit of spookiness, but these riders doing a fantastic job of just dealing with everything they have thrown at them. Seen as there's been some tension and spookiness, she did a fab job with the stretch circle. Now for a medium canter circle, just regaining that bend. And when Bankit relaxes and does what Olivia is asking, they could produce a very, very nice test. So I can imagine it's disheartening for Olivia, but she's doing a great job of just going with the flow, because once you're in there's nothing you can do other than just keep riding the next movement. So you get a good transition down, a little bit late on the canter pickup across the diagonal there, but she got the transition and a small break there in the medium canter. she heads on to her canter loops. She rode them nicely. When they're down that bottom end of the arena, they're settling very well. And a smooth trot transition down. Now for the halt and rein back. Wow, looking like a very square halt. And Bankit just starting to relax as they head to the end of their test, this free walk. Yes, it could show slight more relaxation, however, after the spooky start they've had, I'm sure she won't be disappointed with a calm free walk. So finishing the test there, Olivia, Lucio and Bankit. Probably not the test she would have hoped for, however she did a stellar job of just keeping her cool, riding each movement, and towards the end of the test they did start to settle down. So we have some scores in for our individual rider from Belgium, Nila Brakeman and Hopperton Hansel. From our judge at E, 59.318, at C, 58.864, and at M, 54.773. 57.65 is their final percentage score, and that gives them a penalty score of 42.40. They sit in 15th as we head on to our final rider before we have a break. As an individual rider now for Romania, it is the turn of Abigail Yasmin Vida and Mercer 25.37. Abigail doing a good job. They had a slight break of rhythm that could have been a break into canter, but she did a fab job of managing to keep the medium trot across the diagonal. Into their leg yield. So it's 25.37, a 9-year-old. This is only their third international together as a combination. They've been very successful at their previous 2 internationals, picking up a 3rd and a 2nd place. They're a 3rd place in a 1-star at Florezzi. June this year. And their 2nd place in a 2-star long in July. So they've had good international success so far. Into this medium canter circle. Kept the rhythm well in their canter loop. Cross the diagonal next for them with this trot transition at X. The judge at C can see exactly if they have trotted at X. A little bit of inconsistent contact at times. But on the whole, a nice picture as they're on their medium canter circle up at C. Judge at C, president of the ground jury for FEI Eventing Championship for the juniors, is Nikki Herbert from Great Britain. And E on our ground jury is Van der Stewart from Ireland and M Meryl Schurink from the Netherlands. An unfortunate little scratch in the hole when they halted, but a very straight rein back. A good use of her arena before she heads down into this free walk. It's the little things like accuracy and use of the arena that can pick you up that extra half a mark that makes a real difference when our scoring is as tight as it is. We've only had 2 riders so far sub 30. And that's our current leader, Maxine Carmen, and Funny Stroner, 28.90. Closely behind for Germany, Matty Garlis and Ludwig 282, 29.80. Well, finishing the test there, Abigail Yasmin Vida. Such 25.37 individual riders from Romania. So our top 3 currently as it stands, we are yet to have a few of our individual riders results popped in, but currently as it stands, Maxine Carmen, Funny Stromer out in front, 28.9. 2nd place at the moment, Matty Garlis, Ludwig 282 for Germany, 29.8, and Jasmine Underwood, Indian girl for Great Britain, 30.80. That's the top 3 as it stands, but we will be back after an hour's break, so we'll be back with our 2nd rotation of junior team riders at 11:13 Central European Summertime. So grab yourself a drink and we'll see you back in an hour.
Next to go, 11:15. Intanto il punto giocherà Olivia Piccio, la Polonia Banket, giudice 123,5, vince il C128, giudice il 115 e 5. Punteggio complessivo di 367 punti, la percentuale è quella di 55-61. Il punteggio negativo di 44 e 40. Ora l'inizio banquet. Judging E, 123.5. Judging C, 128. Judging N, 115.5. Total point 367. Percentage 55 and 61. Negative points 44 and 40.
Yes.
Prendendo questo?
for Romania, 158, 119, 128, total point 385, percentage of 58 and 53, negative points 41 and 70. We will start at 11:15 with Gian Brunello and Pastor Zach.
telefono. C'ho il telefono là. Partita. Oh! Biondo! Mi chiami da Alessandro? Sì. Mi devi dire che tempo zero con l'amico tuo non mi può. Ma no, veloce, più che veloce, non mi venite tu. Per salire, io sì. Così. Arriva qui, non sei bene. Andrea, stanno arrivando, di corsa. Stanno partendo, stanno arrivando. Non vuole correre, ha detto non si corre. Sì, l'ho detto. Sì, a posto, eh? Sì.
adesso cosa fa la camera, la fa in 7 parti. Fammi quella catenella, fammi vedere se la... Ah, da qua no, non la possiamo mettere. No, non la possiamo. Non la possiamo. Vuoi un pacco di...
No, voglio andare all'ombra.
biscottate? Perché biscottate?
No, no, no.
Vuoi?
No, perché sono zuccherati.
Perché biscottate? Perché?
Guarda quanti carboidrati di quei zuccheri vanno.
Vabbè, ma una fetta non è che ti fa...
Well, good morning and welcome back to FEI.tv. I am Rosie Russell and I will be taking you through all 4 days of competition at the FEI Eventing European Championships for juniors and young riders here in Montelibretti. We have had a fantastic morning of competition so far with our junior championship underway. Our top three as it stands from our early morning session currently out in front. The score to beat 28.9 from Maxime Carmen from the Netherlands and Funny Stroner. Second as it stands at the moment, Matty Garlis, Ludwig 282, 29.8. Currently sat in third place, Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl G, 30.80 is her score. That's your top three as it stands, but we're underway and we turn our attentions to our second turn of team riders now. And in the arena for France, Jean Brunel and Dexter Z. Dexter Z, a 12-year-old gelding. This combination have only had 2 international runs together. Fairly new combination, but haven't they been successful so far? They've had a second place and then they went on to win out in Jardy in July. Both of those times they have finished on their dressage score. You cannot underestimate how hard it is to finish on your dressage score at these internationals. And the first part of her test so far is looking very nice indeed. On to this stretch serpentine. Dexter Z stretching nicely down and out. We don't want to see these horses tucking behind the vertical, which is when they pull their head a little bit too close to their chest. You want a nice U shape underneath their neck, and they had exactly that on that circle. This is the medium canter circle up at sea, showing a nice difference from the working canter to the medium canter. So we'll be keeping a close eye on what this pair score in this first phase, because there's a high chance that they are likely to end on it. So if they can put themselves in a competitive position to start with, sets them up very nicely for the following few days of competition. Very fluent trot transition right across that centre line. That part of the arena where it's very clear from the judge at sea whether you are on that centre line during that transition. And even the judge at E. Our ground jury for our FEI Eventing European Championship for Juniors at C. The president of the ground jury for Great Britain is Nikki Herbert. At E for Ireland, Van der Stewart. And at M, Meryl Shearing for the Netherlands. Lovely transition to the hole. Very, very fluent, but beautiful square hole. And a straight rein back. It's very easy when the boards are on one side for horses. They want to turn their bum sometimes into the middle of the arena. So keeping that straightness is absolutely key. Lovely over track in the free walk. Beautiful halt to finish their test. And some huge cheers there from French Connections. An absolutely fantastic test. And lots of cheers, quite rightly so, for Jean Brunel and Dexter Z. Now the score to beat, currently out in front, Maxime Carmen and Fanny Stroner for the Netherlands, 28.90. We will keep a very close eye on when the score comes in for Jean Brunel and Dexter Z, because it looked like a very nice test indeed. The last time France won a team medal in the junior competition in this Junior European Championships was back in 2019. So we'll wait and see what unfolds this year, but it looks like a good start for the French. As then we go now to a team rider for Poland. Next to join us in the ring, Zuzanna Bokrowska and Gracia. Very expressive medium trot across the long diagonal there. Gracia, an 11-year-old mare. This combination took the win in Stragon in the 2-star short back in March this year. Finished on their dressage score of 31.9. Nice stretch on the 2-loop serpentine. Now for the medium canter circle at C. Very mild bit of excitement as they started the medium canter. Contained well by Zuzanna. This is a combination we will be keeping a close eye on Cross Country Day. Over their last 12 runs since 2021, they have only picked up 5.6 time penalties, which is not many at all. So there'll be one of our speedier combinations out on course, so keep an eye on them for their time. Turning focus back to the dressage now. On to our second canter loop. Another combination to have experience here at Montelibretti. Picked up 7th place in the 2-star short at the back end of last year. Nice square halt from my angle. Of course, there's 3 judges scattered around the arena. 1 at C, 1 at M, and 1 at E. Just to ensure that each judge has a clear view of the arena. Every judge will see something slightly different as they've got different angles. A relaxed free walk across the diagonal. Well, a nice halt to finish a test there for Zuzana Bukowska and Gracia, second team rider for Poland. We are on our second rotation of team riders. We are yet to have results come through yet, but when they do, I'll keep you up to date with all the scores. Because still currently out in front, 28.9 the score to beat. Maxime Carmen and Funny Stromer. Personal best for them at the level. Now we turn our attentions to the second team rider for Great Britain. Great Britain currently the reigning Team Junior European champions from Hartbury last year. Coming here with full intention of picking up another gold medal as a team. A second rider for them now, Anna Price and Keep Happy. Well, this is a combination that can post a very smart first phase score. Their best at the 2-star long level is a 26.1. That was from Bishop Burton 2-star long this year. So current form as well. We'll keep a very close eye on this test. This 8-year-old mare. Picked up a win and 5th place at this 2-star level this year. 5th at Wellington. Finishing on their dressage score of 30.2. And a win at Bishop Burton. 28.5 was their dressage score. Again, finishing on that dressage score. On to the stretch serpentine. Lovely amount of freedom in this horse's trot. In a nice uphill head carriage. Onto the counter. Clearly showing a difference there between the medium and the working canter. Anna herself has competed up to the 3-star level with her other ride, Blakeney Surprise. Smooth transition back up to canter, very, very slightly above the bit, but now onto a medium canter up at C. Again, Anna really making an effort to show a clear difference between that working canter and medium canter. So there's little attention to detail, which can get you that extra half mark or so, which is incredibly important throughout the whole test. Now they're coming up to their halt and their rein back, marked separately. It's so important these riders halt and have an immobility. Looks like a square halt from my angle. Then into the rein back. 3 to 4 steps of rein back these riders have to show.
Termina la prova con una prize più tempi per la Gran Bretagna. Per il suo successo contribuita una prize più tempi.
Well, very happy Anna Price and Keep Happy finishing their test there, the second team rider for Great Britain. Great Britain, like I say, are the reigning junior European team champions. And in fact, they have an individual silver medalist from last year as well coming forwards tomorrow, I believe, in Isabel Cook. So Great Britain looking to continue their stellar form. We'll have a score in shortly, but we definitely thought that Jean Brunel's test was absolutely stunning, and the judges thought likewise. We have a new leader in the clubhouse now. From E 78.18 to C 71.591 and M 75.455. Percentage score of 75.08. That means they have a penalty score 24.90 for Jean Brunel and Dexter Z for France. They rocket into the lead, pushing Maxime Carmen and Funny Stroner back into second. Matty Garlis, Ludwig 282 into third, so 24.90 the score to beat. I'll keep you up to date with the scores as they come in. We'll wait for Anna Price's to be in the system shortly. The scorers working as fast as they can to get these scores up. Well, on we go now to our second team rider for the home nation, Italy. Giulia Manonin and Invictus. Invictus, a horse of an awful lot of presence. And a nice medium trot. These first impressions, the first few movements of the test, so important. Cements that impression in the judges' minds before you continue with the rest of the test. Lovely uphill head carriage. Invictus, a 10-year-old gelding. Combination capable of a very smart dressage score. Their best at this level has been a 25. And that came when they took the win this season back in May at Arezzo 2-star long. Scored a 25 and just picked up 4 cross-country time, jumped double clear though. Unfortunately, having a flying change in the middle of their cantaloops. Looking for the horse to stay on the correct lead as you do the cantaloupe. But it does invite some horses. They like to just pop an extra change in or break. So not the first rider we've seen have a minor issue in the cantaloupe, but they've put that well behind them. Having a lovely medium canter circle up at C. Wanting to show that clear difference between the working and medium canters. Now to our second loop. Well ridden on this rein, no change or break, kept in a beautiful rhythm. It's like a very square halt. Now for the rein back. Bit like a straight rein back as well. Like I say, easy for these horses to turn their bottom to the inside of the arena. Lovely over track in the free walk. Well, Julia Manoni looking delighted there with Invictus after their test. 3 riders we've had so far after our break, and they have been 3 very, very good tests. Beg your pardon, 4 riders we've had, and all 4 of them have been very smart tests. We are waiting for a few scores to come in. We have a score in for Zuzana Borkowska and Gracia, who were our 3rd rider in. Judge at E, 66.59. Judge at C, 66.591, and M, 68.409. So total percentage score is 67.20. Total penalties of 32.80. So into 6th there for Zuzana and Gracia for Poland. And in fact the score is in for Anna Price, Keep Happy for Great Britain. Another test we thought looked very, very smart indeed. And it certainly lived up to that. Judge at E, 72.955. Judge at C, 75.909. And judge at M, 75 exactly. So they have a percentage score of 74.62. And a total penalty score of 25.40. A personal best there for Anna Price and Keep Happy at the level. So they go into second. The score to beat still from Jean Brunel, 24.90. Well, what will we see from our rider in the ring now? It's our second team rider for Germany. It is the turn of Smilla, Malin Philip and Sir Boggles. Sir Boggles is 15-year-old gelding. Combination who have experience at the Junior Europeans. Just inside that top 10, placed 9th last year at Hartbury. Sir Boggles formerly competed up to the 4-star level with Peter Thompson. Great rhythm on the cantaloupe. Now for our change across the diagonal. Part of the test, it really highlights accuracy if your horse is listening to you off your aids. Beautiful transitions there from Miller and Sir Boggles. Into this medium canter, brave with their medium canter. Judges like to see positive riding in these dressage tests. Very fluent transition back to trot. Another incredibly expressive horse. We'll keep a close eye because their personal best at this level is a 20.7 from Le Moulin this year in the 2-star long. Well, Smilla, Malin Philip, Sir Boggles completing their test there. The German flags go up in celebration. They're the second rider there for the German team. Germany picked up that bronze medal last year as a team at the Junior Europeans at Hartbury. They have been champions in 2021, 2019 and 2017. Their first team rider, Matty Garlis, put down a great score of 29.80, sat in 4th place currently. But we'll wait and see. We have a few more scores yet to come in. So we turn our attentions now to our second team rider for the Spanish team. Isabel Diaz Verdugo and Jamiro will be next to enter the ring. So the first team rider for Italy, Sarah Giulia Gorschlag, posted a score of 36.20. We'll see what second team rider for Italy can post here today. Jimiro, a 12-year-old mare. '28th at the Young Rider Europeans last year with fellow Spaniard David de Becerra Montesinos. So Jimiro experienced in these youth Europeans, but first time for Isabel. On to our stretch serpentine here. Really highlighting to the judges this serpentine, that your horse is working correctly over its back. Smooth transition up to canter. Now for our medium canter circle at sea. Isabel Jimiro picked up third place in Madrid 2-star long earlier on this year. And another one of our good jumpers in the field, never having a cross-country penalty internationally. Unfortunately, legs a little bit in a muddle in the cantaloupes. Jimiro just thinking Isabel's after a flying change. Now for our trot transitions. Bold in this medium canter. Now for these cantaloupes. Unfortunately, same again on this rein. Jimiro just thinking that flying changes would be more appropriate. A clear straight rein back at sea. Rhythmical free walk, could show a tiny bit more stretch. Well, Isabel Diaz Verdugo Jimiro completing their test there, the second team rider for Spain. A few moments didn't quite go to plan, but she kept her cool and got the most out of the other sections of the test. score is in. It was another smart dressage test. This second set of dressage has been very impressive indeed. For Julian Manonin and Invictus for Italy at E 75.227, at C 66.818, at M 72.045. So the total percentage 71.36, and that puts them on a penalty score of 28.60. So they slot in to 4th place as we have had a new score input. And oh my gosh, these scores just get better and better for Germany. Samila Malene Phillips and Sir Boggles at E 76.818, C 75.227, M 77.50, total percentage score of 76.52. Gives them a penalty score of 23.50. That's the score to beat now in this junior championship. These scores just keep getting lower and lower. Six riders now in the sub-30 region. What will we see from our next team rider, the second team rider coming forward for Belgium? It's the turn of Arne Konegrach and Enzo G. Off to a good start so far with their test. Now into the first of the leg yields. First bit of lateral work these riders come across in this 2-star B test. Enzo G, a 14-year-old gelding. Arne and Enzo G, a new partnership this year. Another new partnership to manage to get themselves on a championship team within the first year of being together is some achievement. Enzo G previously competed up to the 4-star level with Peter Sturkens. Great to see these more experienced horses being partnered with these young riders. However, although the horses are experienced, it's by no means easy for these riders. Some people have that misconception. But it definitely takes a lot of work to be able to ride a top level event horse. A lot of them extremely difficult and quirky, but that's what makes them so fantastic. It's looking like a very rhythmical and harmonious test so far. Smooth transition across that centre line.
Giudice in 165,50, giudice in C 147, giudice in N 158,50, totale 471, percentuale 71,36, punti negativi 28 e 60. This for Juliet Manon, Invictus, judging at 165,50, judging 147, judging at 100. 28.6, cover point 471, negative point 28.6.
Another smooth downward transition. Making their way around now to the halt and rein back. The halt and the rein back separately marked. They're two separate movements. So the clear immobility there. Great job from Arn. Before they stepped into their rein back.
Judging on 170.50, cover point 505, negative point 23.50.
Rhythmical free walk, but could show a little bit more stretch. Judges want to see these horses stretching down with their nose to the floor, but out over their back as well. Completing the test there, Arn Konigrat and Enzo G for Belgium. Second team rider. The first team rider, Marcus Bergers, posted a score of 37.10. So we'll wait to see the score for Arn and Enzo G. So our latest section of dressage has proved incredibly competitive. Our top four all coming from our last section of dressage. Out in front for Germany, it's Miller, Marlene, Phillip and Sir Boggles. That score 23.50. The score to beat. .50 does in fact put them into joint 8th on the all-time records. That's since 2008, best dressage scores since 2008 at the junior level. So they go into 8th place on those record books. So no matter what happens this weekend, they can say they've put their name into the junior European record books. The best dressage score we've ever seen at the FEI Junior Europeans came back in 2017 in Mill Street from Isabel Upton and Eros DHI, 15.9. We've seen Isabel Bubby, as she's also known, go on to do fantastic things round 5-star, multiple top 10 finishes. Now we turn our attentions to the second team rider for Austria, Leonie Sagner and Space Jet. Space Jet, our oldest horse in the field, 19 years old. Space Jet been to the Young Rider Europeans previously with rider Margit Applet for Austria in 2017. Leonie been with Space Jet since 2021. Since then, they've had 3 top 5 placings at this 2-star level. into the canter work now. The medium canter circle at C is next for them. Nice rhythm on these canter loops. We've seen a few people have a few issues where horses have become disunited or wanted to pop in a flying change, but no trouble at all there for Leone and Space Jet. To see from my angle if they were exactly over the centre line. All this accuracy can really help improve marks. Even if it's by 0.5, it makes a huge difference when they're all calculated at the end. Into our second canter loop. Again, good rhythm kept throughout. Space Jet looking fantastic for 19 years old. Square halt there at C before their rein back. 3 steps of rein back. In this 2-star test B, riders can show between 3 to 4 steps of rein back. Now to the free walk. Good over track. That's when the hind hoof crosses over the footprint from the front hoof. That just shows the horses working over their back and using their hind end when they have a good over track. Big cheers there for Leona Sagna and Space Jet completing their test. Second rider for the Austrian team. Well, a score is in for Arn Konigratz and Enzo G. They were the rider previous. They're the second rider for the Belgium team. Now, at E, they scored 69.091. At C, 68.864. And at M, 65.227. Total percentage score of 67.73 and a total penalty score 32.30 into 8th place individually. Just in front of Zuzana Bokrovska and Gracia. But still out in front on 23.5. Miller, Malin, Philip and Sir Boggles for Germany. Well, Germany are currently the reigning individual champions at the FEI Junior Europeans. Last year, Matisse Ruda and Bonton picked up that gold medal, but they'll be back tomorrow, so all eyes will be on them to see if they can retain their title. But now all eyes turn to Marek Corny and Hennessy, our final rider before our short break. They're the second team rider for the Czech Republic. Off to a good start, choosing to rise in their medium trot. This is one part of the test where riders get to choose if they'd like to rise up and down for the medium trot or remain in sitting trot. It's just down to rider discretion what they feel will be the best for their horse. And other than the stretch serpentine that we'll see in a minute, the rest of the tests must be ridden in sitting trot. Hennessy, a 10-year-old mare. This combination have had 2 top 10 finishes at the 2-star level. One of them coming in June this year at Stragon in the 2-star short. Finished on their dressage score of 41.4 to pick up 7th place there. Well, Hennessy a little bit exuberant into the canter. I think they just knocked the arena boards, so Hennessy had something to say about that, but they're into the medium canter circle. They've kept a good rhythm into the canterloop, the first of the 2 canterloops these riders have to ride, one on each rein. Now we're on to our second canterloop. Well ridden, good rhythm, no changes of legs like we have seen from other riders. It's been looking good so far. Positive transition back down to trot. Not quite square, so close to being square in that halt, just not quite. Nice rein back. And great use of arena before they come across the diagonal for their free walk. Good purpose to this walk. Could show a tiny bit more of a stretch. So completing their test, Marek Corney and Hennessy for the Czech Republic, the second team rider for the Czech Republic. So we're yet to have our last few scores come onto our system, but currently as it stands, it's similar Mane Philip and Sir Boggles out in front, 23.50, but don't go far because we've got a short 10-minute break and then we will be back with 3 more team riders and on to the rest of our individuals.
169, giudice UG 165-5, giudice NM 170-50, 505 punti complessivi, punto più alto, una percentuale del 66,52, i punti negativi sono 23,50. For Philip, Tragedy 169, Tragedy C 165.5, Tragedy M 117.5, 505, total point 76 and 62, negative point 22 and 50. New leader, Survival Philip.
peso anche di Hennessy e Mark Pokorny per la Repubblica Ceca, giudice in 148,5, giudice in C 141,5, 7,44 e 5 del giudice in N, controllo del 67,35, punteggio complessivo 444 e 50, punti negativi 32,60. La marca Pokorny 148.5, 141.5, 154.5, total 444.5, 70.55%, 52 and 70 with negative point.
Welcome back to FEI.tv. I am Rosie Russell and I will be taking you through all 4 days of competition at the FEI European Eventing Championships for juniors and young riders here in Montelibretti. We have had a fantastic morning of dressage so far in our junior European section. We're moving on to our final 10 riders for today. We have 3 riders as the second riders in the team, and then we'll be moving on to 7 individuals to round out our juniors on day 1. So the score to beat at the moment. Beautiful test set by Smilla Marlene Philipp and Sir Boggles from Germany. 23.50. But whilst we've been away, we've had a couple scores come in. Our last 2 riders from our previous section of dressage. Into 8th place is Leonie Sagner and Space Jet, the oldest horse in the field at 19 years old, from Austria. Judge at E 68.864, C 67.045 and M 69.318. 31.6 was their final penalty score. And into 10th place went Marek Pokorny and Hennessy. Judge at E 67.500, C 64.318 and at M 70.227 for a personal best at the 2-star long level for a penalty score there of 32.70. But now we turn to the second team rider for Finland, and it's the turn of Mikko Musala and Amaris. Amaris, an 11-year-old mare. This is a new partnership this year, so an achievement in itself to be at these FEI eventing junior Europeans within your first year of having a new horse. So on to their stretch circle. A positive trot, but could show a tiny bit more stretch. But it depends how the horse feels. It can be quite a brave move to just have to drop your reins and allow the horse to stretch. It can be quite daunting, depending on what type of horse you are sat on. But they're into canter and on to their medium canter circle up at C. Combination were top 25 at Jardy 2-star short in July this year. Into their second medium canter circle up at C. And then they come into these canter loops. Smooth transition back to trot. Into their rein back. It doesn't clunk the board, but straight rein back. Now for the free walk. Looks like, yeah, Armour is a little bit excited, and I think this is why they couldn't show too much stretch in the trot. When you're sat on quite a keen horse, it can be difficult to let go and ask them to stretch when you know they're probably going to get quite excitable. So Mikko doing the best that he can. These riders know these horses better than anybody. They know how to best get the marks out of them. Well, completing their test, Mikko Musala and Armour, second rider for Finland. The first team rider for Finland was B. Valgren and Beleno. They scored a 37.40. So we'll wait to see for their scores to come through shortly. But our next rider who will join us in the ring will be the second team rider for Ireland. Ireland, of course, picked up the silver medal, the team silver medal last year at Hartpury. So now it's the turn, second team rider, like I say, for Ireland, of Julia Adams and Milchim Ardeo. Owned by Michael Adams. So the first team rider for Ireland was Amelia McCarthy and Finscale Endeavour. They posted a score of 33.80. So we'll see what Julia can do with Milchim Ardeo. Nice medium trot to start their test off. Milchim Ardeo just starting to settle now. Slightly fussy in her head at the start of the test, but just starting to settle down. This 12-year-old mare. Fantastic score at Hartpury last year. Into the top 10, 8th place at the Junior Europeans last year at Hartpury. And a lovely stretch on this trot serpentine. Really stretching down and out the horse's noses, away from its chest. Really making an effort to show a difference there in that medium canter, then coming back to the working canter. Before they're into these canter loops. They come up quite quick as you turn off the corner. smooth transition back up to canter. Like I say, this combination with experience at the Junior Europeans already can be advantageous because they roughly know what to expect with a championship environment and the way a championship works. Although very similar to a lot of the events these riders will have been to in their preparations, a lot of FEI international events. It can be slightly different when you're riding for a team because you are riding under team orders. So on cross-country day, these riders may have to take routes or do different lines that they wouldn't have done if they were riding individually for themselves in the best interest of the team. Puts them in great stead if they intend to head up the levels and move on to the likes of the senior championship teams. Julia and Milchi Mardeo picked up third at Mill Street in the 2-star back in May. Nice stretch in the neck in the free walk. So completing her test there, Julia Adams, Milchi Mardeo, second team rider for Ireland. Like I say, Ireland picked up that silver medal as a team last year. The Junior Europeans at Hartbury. As we see our latest rider next to join us in the ring, it will be our final team rider of the day for the Junior Eventing Europeans. For the Netherlands, it's the turn of Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SRZ. Now this is a combination with lots of European Championship experience under their belt. They've been to 2 European Championships together at the junior level. Top 35 in both championships. Very nice medium trot across the long diagonal. Combination picked up third place in the 2-star short at Arville in August. Just adding 0.4 of a time penalty in the show jumping to their dressage score of 33.1. Now this trot stretch is a very nice trot stretch, really showing how free the horse is. I think it's probably the lowest stretch we've seen so far. Very fluent trot canter transitions there across the centre line. So Splinterberg's a very neat rider. Really all adds to the overall impression of the test on our judges. Our judges, of course, President of the Ground Jury at C there, Nikki Herbert for Great Britain, E. van der Stuart for Ireland, and at M. Meryl Shearing for the Netherlands. So unfortunately not quite a square halt, but some positive rein back steps. Nice free walk, good stretch through the neck, and there's purpose to the walk. Finishing their test there, Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SRZ. Combination that been to 2 Junior European Championships already. This will be their third. Top 35 in both of them so far. What can they do this weekend? Well, a score is in for Moisalamiko and Maris. At E 60.455, at C 62.955, and at M 64.773, a total percentage score of 62.73. So a total penalty score there of 37.30 for Finland. So 23.50 is the score to beat at the moment, posted by Germany's Semilla Malene Philip and Sir Boggles. The top 3 currently as it stands, Germany out in front, like I say, with Semilla Malene Philip and Sir Boggles. It's France in second, with Jean Brunel and Dexter Z, 24.90. Great Britain currently sat in third with Anna Price and Keep Happy, 25.40. So now we turn to our individual riders. And next to go as an individual, Sofia Laura Petronova and Furioso 36.5 ULA. Combination riding as individuals for Slovakia. Into the first bit of lateral work in this 2-star B dressage test. First of the leg yields. Cross to the side of the arena. Cross to the right. And they come back round swiftly to the second one now. Back towards the left. A little bit of tension showing through as they approach the second leg yield. Now for their stretching serpentine. Stretching down nicely, could just take the nose out a little bit more. I appreciate it can be very difficult if you're on a horse that has a bit of tension creeping through. Into their medium canter. Unfortunately, a little break there at E. But swiftly back up to canter, and now for their trot canter transitions over the centre line. Not quite off the leg as much as Sophia probably would have liked. Showing a difference there in that medium canter, now into the second canter loop. Unfortunately, a flying change. Definitely not the first horse and rider combination of the day to have their legs in a little bit of a muddle through those canter loops. Can be hard, these horses think that you're asking for a flying change. Getting a little bit excited towards the end of the test in that rein back, and this free walk will be a challenge for them, but Sofia Laura Petronova just keeping her cool and managing the situation really, really well with a lot of maturity. Managed to get Furioso to do some good walk steps at the end. These horses all cross-country fit and raring to go, so keeping their cool in the white boards can be quite a challenge for a few of them. And they'd much rather be out on that cross-country course on Saturday. Well, there's Sofia Laura Petronova and Furioso completing their test. Individual riders for Slovakia. we have a score in for Julia Adams, Milchi Mardeo for Ireland, second team rider there. They have a score from E of 63.182, of C 62.50, and at M 60.00. So total percentage 61.89 and a total penalty score of 38.10. Into 23rd. And we had a great score just come in from Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SRZ. They were our rider previous. So at E 67.273, at C 72.50, and at M 74.545. So a total percentage score of 71.44 and a total penalty score of 28.60. So they go into fourth place, in fact joint fourth with Italy's Giulia Manolin and Invictus, both on 28.60. But it is in fact a personal best dressage test at the level there for Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SRZ. And what a place to get it at a European Championship. Well, now we move on to an individual rider from Norway, Lila Bærvik, and Stella Quick Change. Into that first leg yield, back down the centre line now before they start their second. Really highlighting the straightness of these horses, and then they've got to be able to bend and move across the arena in their lateral work. Good stretch through our trot serpentine. Nice swing in this trot to collect back up into that higher head carriage. Now onto their canter work. Stella Quick Change, a 10-year-old gelding. Combination were 33rd at the Junior Europeans at Hartbury last year, so another combination with previous European Championship experience. Keeping their rhythm throughout their canter loop. Now for this trot canter transitions across the centre line. Stella Quick Change, produced by Sarah Ennis, up to the 3-star level. Sarah, an Irish rider, absolutely fantastic at producing young horses and competing at the top level herself. good immobility before they head back into the rein back. That halt and the rein back separately marked. So riders must make sure they halt and have some immobility before they go back into the rein back. She did exactly that. Nice stretch in the free walk. They're just keeping the relaxation. This is the hardest part, is when you collect those reins and the horses just start to think they know what's coming. That trot, a little bit of anticipation. Just being able to keep your cool, although you think you've only got to get from one marker to another, it's a short space of time, but it can feel like an incredibly long time if you've got a horse that just wants to go up into trot. Wow, she looks absolutely delighted there, completing her test. Mila Bervig and Stella Quick change. You can hear the cheers there from the supporters. Though these riders may be riding as individuals, or even the riders as part of a team, it's not just the horse and rider here at the championship. There is a whole army of people to get these riders and horses to these championships, and that's an achievement in itself, being able to have a fit rider and a fit horse at a European championship. So it's a real team effort.
Total points 471.5, percentage 71.44, negative points 28 and 16.
So we have a score in for Sofia, Laura, Petronova and Furioso at E52.727, C50.455 and at M52.727, 51.97 the total percentage, and the penalty score of 48 exactly. Well, now we turn our attentions to another individual rider, this time for the home nation Italy. Leopoldo Petrini enters the ring now with Emerald Johnny. Good medium trot across the long diagonal. Leopoldo choosing to rise for his medium trot. There's only two parts of this test that riders can rise up and down. The rest have to be in sitting trot. And one of them is, of course, that medium trot. Riders' discretion if they want to rise up and down. And then our stretch circle, which we will see very shortly. I should say stretch serpentine rather than circle. Now we see our stretch circle. Could show a tiny little bit more stretch down and out and over the horse's back. The back collecting up and into a very expressive trot. Now for these medium canters. Showing a difference there between that medium canter and that working canter. And it's vital these riders show this clear difference. Accuracy really, really does help their score. Smooth transition back up to canter. Truly amazing feeling for these Italian riders to be able to ride at a European Championship at home for their nation. You can see a whole line there of Italian supporters coming to watch. The last time there was a junior and young rider European Championship at Montelibretti was back in 2016. Horse has lovely cadence to its trot, really springs off the ground. And like a square halt there at sea. Some nice rainback steps shown. Now just to keep the relaxation for the free walk. You can really see Leopoldo working to try and get the head out as far as he can to make sure he can maximise the stretch across the diagonal. That would probably be the weakness of this horse. However, there has been some absolutely beautiful sections of this test. While completing their test there, Leopoldo Petrini looks absolutely delighted. Individual rider there for Italy. So we now head into our final four riders of our Junior European Dressage for day one. So next to go as an individual rider for Spain. Now Fernandez Faridas and Hans all next to join us in the arena. So scores are in for Mileberg, Bergvik and Stella Quick Change. So from E 66.818 at C 68.409 and at M 63.864. So a total percentage of 66.36, 33.60 is their final penalty score. Into 13th, pushing Amelia McCarthy and Fincil Endeavour down into 14th, but it's incredibly tight. And we still have four riders to go and a whole nother day tomorrow, so there's a lot to look forward to. Well, starting their test now, Nahir Fernandez, Favreras and Hans. Hans, a 14-year-old. This is a combination we will be keeping a close eye on when they go cross-country on Saturday. In Hans's entire international career, that's 9 international runs, they have never had a cross-country penalty. Now onto their stretch serpentines. Nice stretch throughout the serpentine. Smooth transition up to canter. Stretched nicely throughout his serpentine. Could be a little bit more uphill in his way of going, but some horses find that incredibly difficult to really sit on their hind legs and lift up through. But everything they're doing so far is looking good. Fluent transitions across the centre line there. Right in the eyes of the judge at C, can really see the accuracy across the centre line. And of course our judge at E, you're right in the middle of the arena. So it's one of those movements you can gain lots of marks, or it's a place that is easy for them to slip away. Fortunately, a minor break there at the end. They are swiftly back up to canter, now ready for their transition across the middle of the arena, back to trot. Next for them is the halt and the rein back. Good halt. Really working well in that free walk to make sure she keeps some energy and purpose to the walk with Hans. Wow, completing her test there. Here Fernandez, Ferreras and Hans, individual riders for Spain.
Va a chiudere la sua prova Fernandez, Spagna, France. Finisce a testa. Fernandez, Ferreras, per Spagna. Cola Vanessa, Mindus. Polonia.
So we move on now to our final 3 riders for our FEI Eventing European Championships for the juniors. But of course, if you've missed any of the action today, do head back to fei.tv where you can catch up on all the tests we have had so far today, including our current leader out in front at the moment. Miller, Marlene Phillips and Sir Boggles. 23.50 was their score. Beautiful test. Posted for Germany.
buona gara dell'atleta italiano che poi dopo finiamo dal giorno una gara del sua i singoli voti 12 per me.
Well, we've had a bit of a shake-up of the leaderboard. A score has come in for Leopoldo Petrini, and he looked incredibly happy after his test. An individual rider for Italy with Emerald Johnny at E80.682. I think that's our highest percentage we've seen so far today, is C72.045 and at M72.955. 24.8 is their final penalty score. Competition really hotting up here at Montelibretti in the FEI Eventing European Championship for juniors. And we still have a whole day to go, including tomorrow. We have our current reigning junior individual rider coming forwards, Matthijs Ruder and Bonton for Germany. But now for Poland as an individual rider, Pola Wisniewska and Nimbus in the arena. Nimbus, this 11-year-old gelding. Combination were 5th at Stragholm, 2-star short this year. They enter into this trot stretch serpentine. Showing some stretch there. Just collecting the reins before they make their way up to the canter next. That medium canter up at sea. Judges really looking for riders to show that difference between the working and medium canter. She made a great effort to, but was slightly disunited on their circle. Had a small section of trot to get their legs back in order. Now they come to these canter loops. Managed to keep the rhythm well throughout the loops, because we've seen a few horses want to change and pop in a couple of flying changes throughout their loops. Good fluency and rhythm so far in the test. Combination average at about a 40.8 normally in their dressage tests. Apollo making it clear immobility in the halt there at sea. Very important, because the halt and the rein back are separately marked. A nice relaxed walk could show a fraction, a little bit more over track in the walk. And that will just help aid the stretch, but a very, very relaxed walk, which that in itself can be quite an achievement, because we've seen a few horses who are raring to go for cross country by the looks of it on Saturday, and that walk can feel like an awful long walk across the arena when you've got a horse that's quite exuberant and excited. Well, a lovely finish to the test there for Polowazeska and Nimbus, individual riders for Poland.
A chiudere la sua prova Polowazeska con Nimbus. Finisher test Polowazeska Nimbus Poland number 21. Next to go now, number 61, passing Devil.
So we move on now to our penultimate junior rider of the day. As an individual for Belgium, Baptiste Horn, coming forward with Fast and Devil. So underway, individual rider Baptiste Horn, Fast and Devil for Belgium. Fast and Devil, 8-year-old gelding. Combination previously average at about a 37.7 in this phase. Very relaxed leg yield. Tiny little bit more bend through the body, I think, is what the judges would be looking for, but it's looking like a very fluent, relaxed start to the test. And this stretch, this chop stretch, is very nice indeed. Smooth transition up to canter. Showing a good difference in that medium canter circle up at C. Before they balance back to the working canter, and straight away you're into these canter loops. You can come up quite fast. They've kept this beautiful rhythm throughout. Combination really creating quite an elegant picture. The head carriage is consistent. coming round to this latter part of the test. More about the walk in this latter part as they just halt at sea. Not quite square. And a little bit of a veer off to the right in the rein back. It can be difficult when there's boards on one side. Horses then sometimes like to swing their bottoms into the middle of the arena. It can be quite difficult to keep that straightness throughout. But a relaxed free walk across the long diagonal. So completing their test as an individual rider for Belgium, Baptiste Horn, Fast and Devil, his 8-year-old gelding. As the score is in for Nia Fernandez Ferreras from Spain and Hans from E 59.773, C 56.364, and from M 58.409. Total percentage score of 58.18 and a total penalty score of 41.80 into 31st there on the current leaderboard. We have a few scores yet to come in. So we turn our attentions now to our final rider of the day for the FEI Eventing European Championships for Juniors. Final rider of the day for this junior section will be from France, Tess Carrère. It's the turn of Tess Carrère and Graphite de Fay Z. So a score is in for individual rider from Poland, Polowazeski and Nimbus at E 60% exactly, at C 61.364 and at M 63.636. So a total percentage score of 61.67 and a total penalty score of 38.30. Into 26th place. As the stand-ins currently are, we have one score to come in from Baptiste Horn and Fasted Devil, and of course we are on to our final rider of the day for our Junior European Championship, with a large team of French supporters at the ready there. Tess Carrère and Graphite de Fay Z. Very expressive medium trot to start off their test. Very smoothly into the first of the leg yields. Across to the right hand side of the arena. Nice uphill frame. Graphite de Fay, a 12-year-old gelding. Combinations personal best at the level is 35. Now if they were to get nearer 35, they would be looking to put themselves roughly in about 17th position. Looking like a very smart test so far. They head across the diagonal now for these transition changes. Very smooth back down to trot and back up to canter. Now for this medium canter circle. A difference on that medium canter, like we've been saying, makes all the difference if you can gain those half marks for accuracy and showing clear differences. Really does add up when it comes to looking at the scores. Smooth trot transition down. Now they're approaching this halt and rein back section of the test. Very smooth transition into a square halt. Now for the free walk. Good over track and purpose to this free walk. You don't want to have the horses dawdling across the arena. Tess has got some good momentum there from Graphite de Fay Z. Well, huge cheers from the French there for individual rider Tess Carrère and Graphite de Fay Z. Just completing their test, like I say, as individual riders. Been a great day so far for the French. We're still yet to have our last two scores come through onto the system. So we'll wait and see what comes through, but currently as it stands, out in front at the moment is Miller Malin Philip and Sir Boggles on that very smart score, 23.50. They produced that beautiful test, and in second place as it stands at the moment from Italy, an individual rider, Leopoldo Petrini and Emerald Johnny, 24.80. Rounding out the top three at the moment in the FEI Eventing Junior European Championships, Jean Brunel and Dexter Z, 24.90. That's the top three as it stands after the first day of dressage. It's all to play for tomorrow though for the FEI Eventing European Championship. We have our current reigning individual champion coming back to see if he can regain his title. So do stay tuned and tune in again tomorrow for our second day of FEI Eventing European Championship Dressage for the juniors. But don't go anywhere because we will be having a bit of a break, but then we will be back with our Young Rider FEI Eventing European Championship Dressage Day 1. We will be back at 3 o'clock Central European Summertime, so do tune in again at 3 o'clock as we'll be back with our first section of Young Rider Dressage here at Montelibretti on FEI.tv.